Monday, July 14th. Call me back and let me know when it's convenient for me to come.
From Weston, and a friend of ours works for Dale Larson. He's supposed to pick up some hay for the cattle, and he was told that there was supposed to be some place that he could pick up. There's a rock forest or something. He stopped back here, and when I sent him back over.
Next, we have Sunday opening remarks. Welcome to EmacsConf, where we have fun exploring just how much we can do with the text editor. There's a general track and a development track, but really, you'll probably find interesting things in both tracks no matter what your level of experience is, so don't feel limited to one or the other. The best parts of EmacsConf are the conversations. The wiki has a page on how to watch and participate, and I'll give you a quick overview as well. You can watch both streams at live.emacsconf.org using free and open source software. Using a streaming media player like MPV seems to be the best way to watch in terms of performance, but there are also web-based players just in case that's all you got. The schedule shows the general track on top and the development track on the bottom, so you can see what else is going on. As you're watching the talks, you can refer to the schedule in another window. Hover over the boxes to see the times and titles, and click on the boxes in the schedule to jump to the talks page for more details. You can also get the schedule as an iCalendar file or as an org file in different time zones. The org file has some links to talk resources and might be handy as a starting point for your notes. Many talks will be followed by live Q&A web conferences with the speaker, which will be done in Big Blue Button or BBB. These are indicated with a solid border on the schedule and by Q&A BBB on the schedule page. You can join the web conference room by clicking on the BBB link on the schedule page or the talks web page. Then you can ask your questions yourself when the Q&A starts. To improve performance, please keep your webcam off and stay muted until it's your turn to talk. If you don't like JavaScript, you can still ask questions via IRC and the hosts can read them out for you. We're probably going to automatically switch between talks and Q&A sessions, so the transitions on the stream might be a little sudden. People in the Big Blue Button room can continue the conversation even after the talk moves off stream. And you can also reach out to the speakers using the contact information on the talk page. Other talks will have Q&A via Etherpad or IRC, depending on what the speakers prefer. This is indicated on the schedule with a dashed border and on the schedule page as well. The schedule pages have quick shortcuts so that you can find out more about talks, open the Etherpads, and join the Q&A sessions. The watch page has more tips on how to make the most of Q&A. If you can, please add notes and ask questions in the Etherpad for the talk. That makes it easier for everyone to share their notes, and speakers and hosts can read the questions from there. We'll copy the notes to the talk pages afterwards. We have one pad for each talk, so you can follow the links to get to the next one or go back to the schedule and get the link from there. If you have general feedback about the conference itself, please put it in pad.emacsconf.org/emacsconf. You can also use this as a community message board for things like Help Wanted. Internet Relay Chat or IRC can be another great way to be part of lots of conversations. You can use chat.emacsconf.org to join the IRC channels through your web browser. The tabs on the left can help you switch between the different channels. There's EmacsConf Gen for the general track and EmacsConf Dev for the development track. If you need to reach us, you can join emacsconf-org or email emacsconf-org-private@gnu.org. You can use EmacsConf for hallway conversations. Once again, we're going to be streaming with open captions for most of the talks this year, thanks to our speakers and captioning volunteers. The captioned talks are indicated on the schedule, and with any luck, we'll be posting videos and transcripts and talk pages shortly after the talks start. If you need additional accommodations, please let us know in emacsconf-org, and we'll see if we can make things happen. If something goes down, we'll update status.emacsconf.org. If it doesn't look like we've noticed yet, please let us know in the EmacsConf.org IRC channel, where we will be quietly panicking. In all of these conversations, please keep in mind our guidelines for conduct. You can find them on the wiki, and they basically boil down to, please be nice. Thank you. If all goes well, the pre-recorded talks and transcripts should be available from the talk pages shortly after they start playing, and we'll post the recordings of live talks and Q&A sessions within the next few weeks. Alright, let's get going. You might see Leo Vivier, Corwin Bruce, and Amin Bandali hosting the various tracks. I will run around mostly backstage, and you'll probably meet us in the closing remarks. That's also where we get to thank all the people and organizations who make EmacsConf possible. Let's have fun at EmacsConf! Next, we have Some Problems of Modernizing Emacs by Eduardo Ox. He will answer questions via IRC in the EmacsConf Gen channel.
Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox, and this is my video for the EmacsConf 2025. Its title is Some Problems of Modernizing Emacs, and that is the same title as a video that I tried to record in March, but my video from March had a good beginning and a bad rest, and I thought I can't release that because the rest is very bad. I need to re-record the last part of the video, but I never did that. So this video is going to be the first 12 minutes of that other video with another ending, and in this other ending I'm going to show some things that are very easy to test, and if people are interested, then the rest of the old video will make more sense. Anyway, let me start. Hi, my name is Eduardo Ox. I'm the author of an Emacs package called EV, and the title of this video is Some Problems of Modernizing Emacs. Here is a summary of the main themes of this video. I'm going to talk mainly about these four things here. The first one is that Emacs have changed a lot in its recent versions, and now it has lots of types. So if we want to look under the hood and to understand what Emacs really does, we are going to stumble on lots of types, and the current tree of classes and types looks like this. That is quite big. The second theme is that people used to say things like anyone can learn Lisp in one day. I'm going to explain this quote, and I'm also going to show that now this is gone. Anyway, this is a very short summary. Details soon. I will also show how to display better inner views of Emacs objects. I'm going to define what is an inner view, of course. The main trick is that we are going to use one of the ways of displaying internal objects, that is the CLPrint family of functions, for example CLPrint1 to string, and here are some examples of the kind of output that we are going to see. For example, if we run these two lines here, the first line defines a function foo, and the second line sets O to the internal view of the definition of foo. In older Emacs, O would be just a list that would look very similar to this line here, but in newer Emacs, the result of this, the contents of O, is this thing here that looks quite different from this definition here. So in older Emacs, the contents of the function cell of foo would be a node style lambda that would be just a list like this, and in newer Emacs the contents of O would be a vector like lambda. Looks for the square brackets here, this is a vector, but it is preceded by a hash sign, so this is what we call a vector like lambda. And vector-like lambdas do not have a canonical printed representation. They have at least two semi-canonical printed representations. The first semi-canonical printed representation is this one. It's generated by a family of functions with names like print1. And the second semi-canonical printed representation is like this. It looks like a list looks somewhat like this definition of foo here, but it has this dynamic bind symbol here. And it turns out that when we use the CLPrint family of functions, we can reconfigure how things are printed, and I'm going to show several interesting ways of reconfiguring how lambdas printed, and one of the ways is going to be like this. We can also use the CL print functions with my indentation tricks to display how types or classes are viewed internally by Emacs, and this is a big example. This is what Emacs considers as being the definition of the type CL structure class, and it is this big thing here. I edited it very lightly. I just deleted some line breaks here. And another thing that I want to explain is that Emacs has some help functions that I have never liked. For most people they are good enough, but for me they aren't. They are, well, I'm going to say more about this later. And for example, if we want a description of what is this type here that we just saw in its internal view here, we can run either describe type or my variants of describe type, and we get a help buffer that looks like this, in which these blue things that are underlined are buttons in the classical sense. You can click on these buttons or type return on these buttons, and you will be taken to another help page that is generated dynamically, and you can navigate back and forth and, well, whatever. And I'm going to explain my problems with these kinds of help buffers and what I'm trying to do to overcome these problems. One of my slogans in this video is going to be this one: anyone can learn Lisp in one day. And this is a part of a bigger quote that I took from a keynote presentation by Abelson and Sussman, who are two dinosaurs of computer science. Here is the full quote. Anyone can learn Lisp in one day, except that if they already know Fortran, then it would take 3 days. This is a frame of the video. And by the way, I am going to add this. And if the person is starting with Doom Emacs, then it will take 5 years. Why? I'm going to explain why. This is how Emacs Lisp used to be. If we execute these two expressions here, the first one is, each symbol can have two values. One is the value as a variable, and another one is the value as a function. If we run this, we store 42 in the value cell of the symbol foo, and if we run this def one here, it stores a certain anonymous function in the function cell of the symbol foo. In Emacs, until some time ago, if we did that and if we run this expression here, the result would be 42 because of this line here, and if we run this line here, the result would be the anonymous function corresponding to this def1 here. But now this have changed. The result of this thing here is this vector-like lambda here, but that doesn't matter much now. So until some time ago, if we did that and if we run this expression here, foo, Emacs would do this. It would replace the first foo by this anonymous function here. It would replace the second foo by the value of foo as a variable that is 42, and it would evaluate this, and the result would be 420. So again, we used to have this slogan here: anyone can learn Lisp in one day, but now this is gone. Let me talk a bit more about why. The title of this slide is Lambdas for Beginners Broken. And if we run this, as I've shown in the previous slide, in the old style, in older Emacs the result of symbol function foo would be this anonymous function here, and now we get this strange thing here. So this is an old style lambda, this is a vector-like lambda, and until the middle of 2024, beginners could learn a lot of Lisp by thinking only in terms of objects like this. So this is a function and this is an anonymous function, and they would learn how to draw const cell diagrams like this thing here and this thing here. They would think on lists as being these trees here, and they would be able to understand a lot of Lisp just by thinking in these terms. And then vector-like lambdas started to appear in many places, and if we use vector-like lambdas as in the wide sense to mean all the new objects, these new objects that are difficult to visualize, they also started to appear in many places. This is a continuation of the previous slide. This part here is a copy of things that were in the previous slide. And before 2024, beginners could open black boxes like this. They could try to see what was in the function cell of the symbol foo, and they would see something elegant and mind-blowing, and they would start to love Lisp immediately. Now what they see is a tiny part of a very complex structure that is very powerful, but it's very difficult to understand, and now our beginners are overwhelmed instead of mind-blown. Note that I said black box here. Let me explain the term. We can open what's inside of foo. We can open foo to see the contents of the symbol foo, and we can try to see what's in the function cell of the symbol foo. So we can open the box, but what we get is something very difficult to understand. And so I'm going to say that when this happens, that box is black. It's not totally black. We can open it, but we don't understand what is going on there, so we declare that that is black. And when these things started to happen, I was overwhelmed. And in this video, I'm going to pretend that I was not the only person that was overwhelmed by these new structures that are not so elegant as the one that we had before. Anyway, in the beginning of the video, I said that I was going to replace the second part of my video from March by something that was very easy to test. So this is a quick demo for the very impatient. I'm recording this in December for the EmacsConf 2025. This is the demo that I'm going to present. The idea is that people can run the demo first time just to check that everything works and to have a notion of how things look like, and then in a second moment they can rerun the demo more slowly to understand what each step does. So we are in a file called 00try this, and the idea is that we can execute most of this file just by typing F8 in the right places. Remember that when we type F8 on a line that starts with 2 red stars, EEV treats that line as a comment. So I'm going to start here. Note that it says in the bottom of the screen that this is a comment. We are going to run this to download some files. Now the files are there. This find SHA here shows a certain file at the window at the right, but we don't need to pay attention to that. And this thing loads that file. So when we load that file, it defines some functions here that are going to be used by the rest of the example. Now we can run this thing here. Note that we just defined some functions, and then we run these functions here. Find a output SHA, and they show some things in the window at the right. These things are boring. when we run ADT insert with argument 42, it just shows a 42. In this way, the other ones show other numbers and so on. And what happens when we modify this function here, ADT2, by adding and removing advices to it? The idea is that people can run this thing here several times, watching the window at the right, because the results are going to be shown there. So, in the first moment when we run, sorry, let me run it again. In the first moment when we run ADT2, it just shows a 2, and then we modify it in a certain way and we run it again, and now before showing the 2 it shows a 1, mysteriously, and then we add something to be run after the 2, and we run it again, and now ADT2 shows these three things. And then we remove the advices, we remove these other things, and when we run ADT2 again, it shows only 2. It's impossible to understand that in the first time, so we can run that several times to see how things work. And now we want to understand what changes in the function ADT2, how it is modified internally. I'm calling that the internal view of the function, and we are going to compare several internal views of the function ADT2. I'm going to reset the function ADT2 by removing the advices and placing the advices on it again. And if we just print this function here, the symbol, the value of the function as a value of this symbol here as a function, it is something very ugly. But if we print it in another way with CLPrint1, then we get something that is much nicer, but it's not indented. And if we use this thing here, CLPrint2 instead of CLPrint1, it becomes indented. So let's try it again. Here is the current view of what is ADT2. So the original ADT insert is here, and here are some modifications that were added by the advices. And we can run these things many times to understand what each step does. But my suggestion is, in the first time, you just run everything very quickly, and then you run it again, paying attention to the parts that look more interesting. Now, I'm going to remember that here I printed the contents of ADT2 in several different ways, and now I'm going to show how we can do the same idea of printing something in different ways for lambdas. That is something that I explained in the first part of the video. In this part of the demo, I define a function foo. This setQ here defines O as the contents of the function cell of foo, and now we are going to print that O in several different ways. The default way is this one, is very ugly, but we can redefine how these things are printed by just running these lines. And if we pay attention at what's happening at the window at the right, we can see that we have several different printed representations for the same thing, and then at the last step we reset the printer to the default representation. And the details are here. If we run these lines here, they show the definitions at the window at the right. And this now comes the difficult part, in which we have to do something besides just running things with F8. We need a help buffer with buttons in the traditional sense, and we need to choose a certain button there, or any button there, and run metax EE set button on that button. So let me define a struct here, and this is the some help on what is that structure. I'm going to choose this button here, and I'm going to type metax EE set button. The message is a bit obscure, and now we have something that displays a lot of information about that button, and we can also run that with just F8. By the way, if we want to understand the code that's behind these things, we can run this sexp here. It is going to show the code here at the right. But anyway, this first line here, they display the output in the echo area. Let's try. And each one of them extracts a different part of the information on that button. And these other lines here create a 3-window setting in which the help buffer is shown here, and the result of some other thing is shown in the third window. Let's try. So now that we have well, I said that we needed to choose a certain button and run metax EE set button there. We have done that, so now this variable EE button contains information about the button, and now we can run this part here as many times as we want to try to understand what are the values of these things here, and how some things start with a value that is very complex and very difficult to understand, and then we extract the more interesting parts. And the details, as I said, are here. That was the end of the demo, and my question is, what was your reaction to that? If your reaction was more like wow than like blurg, then you might like the last part of the video that I recorded in March. That was very technical. When I recorded it, I thought, oh my god, this video is very bad. Only the hardcore EEV users are going to like that, and there are less than 5 hardcore EEV users in the world. But anyway, if you saw that introduction and you think that these things are interesting, you can execute any one of these expressions here and take a look at the final part of that video that describes how I wrote some functions for exploring buttons. If you execute this sexp here, it plays a part of the video starting from the position. If you execute this one, you go to the subtitles in HTML, and if you run this one, you go to subtitles in another format. And that's it. No, sorry, I said that's it, but I forgot a very important part. I had prepared this slide here to explain some design decisions behind EV and why there are so few users of EV, and let me do that. The thing is that my working memory is very small, and I need examples that are easy to visualize. Ideally, examples that are easy to run and that I can compare the outputs of different ways of running them. And for me, understanding specifications and API is not enough. Examples work much better for me. Also, I make lots of mistakes when I type, so I need ways to run my executable nodes by just typing F8 and meta-E. And most people in the Emacs channel and in other places recommend executing sexp by typing meta:, like this. But I hate that. I think that meta: and IELM are for people who type well, so not me. And also, 99% of what I do is scratch code. Very few things that I do go into production, between quotes. So most of my tests are not automated tests. They're just things that I run with F8, and they don't include the expected result. And many people feel that this is very, very, very wrong. Tests must mean automated test. Also, and this is very frustrating, EEV has lots of non-users people who have tried to use it, but they said that they couldn't figure out how to use it. They couldn't understand what would be the workflows for EV. And there's the same that happens with me with code blocks in org. I'm still at the point in which code blocks and org just feel wrong. I still don't understand how to organize my workflows around code blocks. I said that AEV has very few users, and they are all very weird and very busy. And I decided that all my bloggish posts about AEV would be things that they can run in a few minutes, just like the demo that I showed a few minutes ago. I said like the examples in the rest of the video, but I forgot this slide and I'm recording this after the demo. So that's it. Thanks.
Next, we have an introduction to the Emacs Reader by Divya. You can ask questions via web conference by joining for the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC.
Hello, EmacsConf. Today I'm here to introduce you to the Emacs Reader. It is a general-purpose document viewer that lives inside our beloved Emacs. It tries to prioritize memory and performance efficiency as much as possible, even when you're using a lower-end hardware. And most importantly, it tries to do things in an Emacs manner. That is, it tries to integrate with existing packages as much as possible instead of reinventing the wheel. And architecturally, it tries to take the advantage of dynamic or native modules, which were introduced back in 2015 into Emacs. You would ask, why exactly do we need another document viewer in Emacs? Don't we already have the built-in doc view and the notorious PDF tools? Well, the built-in doc view has unusable latency, and I'm going to show you this later when I compare this with Emacs Reader. And the famous PDF tools has actually multiple issues. One, it is extremely memory hungry, regardless of what kind of PDFs you're reading. And well, it can only read PDFs. Poplar, the library which PDF tools uses, is actually suboptimal, especially relative to MuPDF, which is what Emacs Reader is based on. PDF tools is also extremely painful to install. If you've ever installed PDF tools, you know that it has a bunch of dependencies, including a server that is supposedly packaged across package managers, system package managers. So it's extremely difficult to install and painful to install. And of course, PDF tools, since the last couple of years, has not been maintained as much. There's huge PRs that have been unnoticed and unmerged. Architecturally, Emacs Reader takes a distance from both doc view and PDF tools. So how doc view works is that it basically wraps around a tool called MuTool. MuTool is actually a command line tool from MuPDF itself. It relies on MuTool and a bunch of other similar command line tools, and basically calls, like makes process calls from ELISP to these CLI tools. That's how doc view works. And that's why it sort of has latency issues, because that's the best you can do by literally calling CLI tools and outputting the images into Emacs. How PDF tools works is that it tries to have a server client model. So the client is Emacs and the server is basically something they call ePDF info. It's supposed to render the images using Poplar and then send the images to Emacs, which then tries to display. I think the server client model is terrible. One, for latency purposes, and two, it makes things unnecessarily more complicated. Here is where we come and introduce dynamic modules. So Emacs Reader is based on the concept of dynamic modules, which I'm going to talk about in a bit. But how it works is that we have C modules. So we have the Emacs module.h, that's the dynamic module header, which every dynamic module package must have. And then we have our C files, and these C files essentially define like functions that are going to be used in Emacs, but in C. We then load these C modules using simple require in our ELISP modules. And then whenever we call something in the Emacs runtime, say I'm going to open a file, a PDF file using find file or read or open doc, what it does is that it tries to use one of the functions that is wrapped in ELISP, but actually tries to call a function in C. And then the C module is actually going to make calls to the MuPDF. And here the MuPDF system package, this is actually a system package that is dynamically linked to the C modules. So we're basically just using it as a share library, so you have the fz load page, for example. It's a MuPDF function that we're going to be using in the C modules So it's going to make a share dynamic call to MePDF and then render the page and then show this to Emacs. This pipeline, I argue, is much better and leaner and efficient than a server-client model. One, because we don't really need the server-client model. So back when Politza first introduced PDF tools, that was like 10 years ago in 2015, the concept of dynamic modules were not integrated into Emacs. I think they came around like 1 or 2 years late, 2017. So that's the best he could go with. We don't really have to today, because since we can use MePDF as a share library, which can render things in real time and just give us the rendered images, which we can then display, there's no reason for a server to produce things for us. So that's the main architectural difference that Emacs Reader introduces compared to PDF tools and DocView. Well, what exactly are dynamic modules? Well, I can't really give you a full-fledged explanation, but essentially dynamic modules let you evaluate native compiled code in other languages like C, C++, Rust, that behaves like regular Emacs Lisp. So when our Emacs C modules, the render core C or render theme C, when all of these are compiled and they're called from the eLisp modules, they behave like eLisp, even though they're as fast as C function because they're compiled C code. But you essentially call them just like eLisp functions. You can find them using Control-HF and so on. So you can call any function from any language that supports CABI, which is virtually everything, without leaving Emacs and without losing any performance. This is extremely helpful when you want to use existing libraries like MePDF or any other cryptographic library that is written in C, and you don't want to rewrite the entire thing in eLisp, but you can just use it as a native library. You can read more on how dynamic modules work and how you can write one in this blog. This is something that I wrote myself just after starting this package, and I will give you a bit more guidance on how to use dynamic modules more efficiently. I think dynamic modules should be used more and more in Emacs, and I think their advantages have not been exploited as much as they should. Now we're going to talk a bit about the core features of Emacs Reader. And these are the following features that we're going to talk about, and finally to talk about some challenges that we faced. First is memory efficiency. I already told you that Emacs Reader's first priority is to make sure that we are not slow and we are not taking a bunch of memory unnecessarily. So here's a graph of the heap memory size as it grows for DocView. So this is again in Emacs-Q. So this is a fresh Emacs session with just DocView, and it grows up to 900 megabytes for a very small PDF that is a LaTeX PDF, no scanned huge PDF. It's a 2 megabyte PDF. But when I scrolled from the beginning of the PDF to the end, it went up to 900 megabytes. That's the memory heap size. Does PDF tools make this any better? It actually doesn't. So PDF tools pretty much does the same thing if you look at it here. Just so if you're going to ask me, are they two different graphs or are you just showing me the same graph? They're actually two different graphs, because if you look at the DocView graph, it uses Cairo and it uses librsvg, because DocView by default converts the images into SVG. The rendered images are SVGs. PDF tools doesn't. So you don't see any librsvg calls here or anything. So this is PDF tools, and it basically takes up the same amount of memory, 900 megabytes, and exactly the same operation, exactly the same PDF, exactly scrolling from first to the last. Where do we stand? Well, we actually do much better. So let me zoom in this. So if you see, we stand within at a peak of 72 megabytes. Exactly the same PDF, exactly the same operation from the beginning to the end, around 285 pages scrolled. We take much less than 80 megabytes. And actually, to be very frank, the only memory that we're storing in Emacs is not in Emacs, in the mu PDF heap is just about 30 megabytes. It's this red, dark red one. That's the cache that we're storing. That's the memory that we're interacting with in real time. And this is stuff that Emacs adds on top of it, and a bit of libmu PDF. So you can see, in terms of memory, we're saving, we're literally down what, a fraction of 10. So this was a priority for us since the beginning, because when I was starting to use PDF tools, it was unusable for me because I was on a lower end hardware, and I thought it should not be really that difficult for a document reader to not take a gigabyte of memory. It really shouldn't, because you're not really doing that much. You're just displaying images. So that's how efficient we are in terms of memory. Let's see how efficient we are in terms of speed. So Emacs Reader is actually as fast as PDF tools, and it is actually way more faster than DocView. And in some cases, it actually beats existing standalone document readers and browsers even. So let's actually see this in action. So here we are with a few Emacs-Q sessions. I'm using Emacs-Q so as to give you that this is actually as less overhead possible. So we have first DocView. All of these tests are going to be done on the same PDF. It's the documentation manual from UPDF. So if I scroll, this is fine. I'm just pressing N, and it seems to work fine. If I press and hold N, I have pressed N and I'm holding, and Emacs is stuck. And it's going to stay stuck because it's making calls to the CLI tool that I said, mu tool. And after it's done getting stuck, it's going to get back. And as you can see, if you go back, you're able to go back fine. It does not get stuck, because what Emacs does is it basically calls mu tool, like fetches a bunch of pages, essentially all the pages that you asked for it, and it puts them into the memory, and that's it. It puts them into the memory and then scrolls through it. So going back, you will most likely not have any stuck issues. Sometimes you do, because some images do get GC'd, but that's the idea. Whenever there's no image in memory, it gets stuck, and it gets stuck good. That's DocView. PDF tools is actually not problematic here. PDF tools is extremely efficient and extremely fast. So we can go through the pages without any issues. We can zoom. The zoom did get stuck a bit, but that's relatively fine. Emacs Reader is exactly as fast as PDF tools here. So this is PDF View, this is Emacs Reader. Let's scroll through the pages. As you can see, nothing is getting stuck because we're not really waiting for any tool to send us any images. We just have a little cache, and we're scrolling through them and rendering images in real time. Zooming also works fine. So with regards to this, we're in parity with PDF tools. Now, where PDF tools and actually a lot of readers have issues is when they're dealing with scanned PDFs. So we have this PDF, which is notorious for being really difficult to render because this is entirely built with scanned images. This is the kind of PDF that you get from Internet Archive. This is essentially someone took photos of the book in a camera and literally turned them into a PDF. Emacs Reader actually does not have any issues rendering this. As you can see, it renders it smoothly and fine without any halts. I can change Emacs even while it's doing so, and it does not have any issues. PDF tools or the same PDF also does not have any issues. Sorry, to PDF view mode. PDF view is a bit slower, but does not have any issues. It works. Here, actually, PDF retools and Emacs Reader are more efficient than even browsers. So if I try to open the same page in a browser, I'm trying to scroll, and after I've scrolled and I leave scrolling, it's going to load for a bunch of seconds to give me the page. It's more than 5 seconds, as you can see, and this is actually totally not usable. If you're going to read this book, an electromagnetics book, you're going to have a terrible time reading this in a browser, which is supposed to be the fastest thing alive. You sort of have the same experience in Ocular, so this is Ocular. If I try to scroll through this, it will do the same thing, and while it is better than the browser, it still takes a while, and it still has, like, if you zoom, you're going to have a bit of a delay. You don't really face that in Emacs Reader. We zoom in and out just fine, and even with using mouse, you can zoom in and out just fine. So this is how Emacs Reader performs in terms of speed with these other tools. Now we will go back to the original presentation. Now, how exactly is Emacs Reader able to do a lot of this? I wish I could sort of spend an entire session just talking about this, but I can't, so I'm just going to make this short. So when you load Emacs Reader, in the standard output, it's going to say this, that 8 threads have been initialized. Now, what we did with Emacs Reader is that we enabled system-level multi-threading. Now, Emacs is not multi-threaded. We all know that, notoriously. It is single-threaded. But we don't really need Emacs to be multi-threaded, though. Emacs does not need to be multi-threaded. What needs to be multi-threaded is the rendering part, because that's the most expensive part. In Emacs, we're only just displaying images. Emacs itself does not have a PDF engine that is rendering stuff. MuPDF is supposed to take care of that. So if I can do multi-threading in the rendering pipeline, that is when I'm rendering pages instead of displaying them, that's fine for me, because the rendering part most of the time, especially in scanned PDFs, is the most expensive part. So if you look at this graph, we have 2 parts here. We have the display pipeline and we have the rendering pipeline. In the display pipeline, we have just the Emacs session, which has the reader loaded, and that's the main thread. And then we have the rendering pipeline, which has the MuPDF system package dynamically linked. So when you load Emacs Reader, we initialize a thread pool with 8 threads. Now, what you do is, let's say we are at page 50. At page 50, Emacs Reader maintains a cache. It's like a stack of pages that we keep in memory all the time. This cache is entirely outside of Emacs. It is not inside Emacs environment. It is in the C memory heap, in the MuPDF memory heap that is outside of Emacs environment. It does not make any calls to Emacs anything. It does not have a single eLisp line. So this cache is stored outside. Now when I want to retrieve anything from this cache, let's say, so I have cached up until 55, from 45 to 55. So what happens is that when you're at page 50, you always have a cache that's n plus 5 and n minus 5. So you have cache of 5 pages forward and 5 pages backward. But let's say I want to go to page 56. So I will ask in Emacs render page 56. And I'm not going to ask it to MuPDF directly. I'm going to ask it to the thread pool that do this job. And thread pool is going to assign one thread to it. Let's say the thread 1, which is going to render page 56. So this thread is going to make calls to MuPDF through our code, dynamic module, and MuPDF, after rendering it, is going to store it in the cache. So we're going to add another 56 page to this. Now, while this is happening, Emacs Reader does not, like Emacs itself, the session is not going to be stuck, because we just made a call to the thread. We just asked the thread. So like this call, like it's done. So you just assign something to a thread, and then this is fine. Like you're not waiting for the thread to complete or anything. Emacs is not waiting for the thread to complete. The dynamic module or the C side might wait to complete, but that is entirely different from the Emacs session. So Emacs Reader can continue to display the page 550 while the rendering pipeline is still rendering the 56th page. And when Emacs asks to display page 56, it's going to ask it to a thread pool, to the thread pool. Then thread pool is going to assign another thread, let's say this one, to retrieve page 56 from the memory cache. And then the 56th page is going to be sent to the Emacs to be displayed. Again, the retrieval part is entirely independent of Emacs. Emacs does not have to wait for it. Emacs only needs to wait to display it. So the displaying part and the rendering pipeline are entirely asynchronous, so to speak. And in the diagram, if you see all the arrows that are magenta in color, they are native to the Emacs runtime. That is, they are single-threaded. They are connected to Emacs. And all the arrows that are red in color, they are totally asynchronous. They can be multi-threaded if you want. They are multi-threaded by default, because they interact only with the MuPDF share library and the C heap. They do not touch anything in the Emacs runtime. This is how we're able to switch quickly between these huge scanned PDFs that have huge images in each of their pages, because we don't really wait for each page to be rendered. And Emacs does not wait for that. So that's another architectural feature of Emacs Reader, that we are system level multi-threaded. Now Emacs Reader also supports almost all document formats. It supports PDF, EPUB, MOBI, XPS, CBZ Comics, and it even supports other non-ebook formats like document formats, so you can open like LibreOffice documents in it, and even stuff like PPT and Excel in it, even though they're not going to be supported in a as nice manner. And we can do that because MuPDF does this. MuPDF has support for all of this, and it treats them just as it treats PDF. Nothing special. The only thing that we don't support right now is Deja Vu, so that is not supported right now. I'm going to work on making it supported at the upstream MuPDF. That's going to take a long time, but it's in the plans. Now with Emacs Reader, we also integrate with existing Emacs packages as much as possible. So bookmarks, Ctrl+X+RB, you can do it natively. So you can save a page as a bookmark, just as you save anything else in Emacs as a bookmark. There's also Save Place integration, so you can scroll a PDF, close it, and then come back to it at the same page that you saved it at, that you closed it at, and it's going to work just out of the box because of the Save Place package in Emacs that is built in. We also have iMenu integration for table of contents. So if you see this, so this is iMenu, and you can scroll through the contents just like you scroll through any iMenu. You can also do it in the menu bar by clicking, and it works just as nice. We also have something like the outline mode that PDF Tools has. So if you press O in a document, it's going to give you this outline, and these are buttons that are clickable. You can click them, you can press enter at them, and this is the menu bar item that I was looking at. If you click here, index, it's going to show you the exact same thing, but in a different interface. We also have a naive dark mode, which is not really as nice as we would like it to be, and dark mode fanatics, I'm sure, will have issues with it, but we're going to improve it in time. For now, this is what we have, and it can be enabled per document. So you can have one document that is in dark mode, but another one that is not. That is nice to have. Eventually, we're going to work on more themes. You should be able to actually integrate it with Emacs themes as much as possible. You can make it default so that it inherits colors from the Emacs theme. That is one of the things that we also haven't planned. We did face a bunch of challenges while trying to implement these features. One of the initial challenges was that SVGs were actually a bad idea. They're huge, especially in scanned PDFs, and they make things much slower. So we chose to actually have PPMs, which is the simplest image format ever possible. Now, it was also very difficult to make reader mode be window specific. So, while you're scrolling the same document in one window, the other window with the same document should not change. You should be able to have multiple pages in different windows of the same document. That was very difficult because as I told you about the cache works in an idiosyncratic manner, and we needed to make it so that each window will have its own cache instead of having a global cache for each file. That took some rewrite. And now because we needed to do this sort of multi-threading, system level multi-threading, we needed to use a specific package of MuPDF that had a bug for this, which got fixed. And that's 1.26.0. Because we did that, a lot of the GNU Linux distributions did not really have this latest package, so we had to actually package it in tree as a submodule, as a Git submodule, and that was a horror. But eventually, now I think most GNU Linux distributions already have this. The upcoming features that we have planned are, the first one is that we need to rewrite the display mechanism entirely from scratch to use a tiled rendering approach. So right now we just take an image and display it inside an Emacs buffer, just like that. But it will be changed so that the image will be displayed in the tiled manner, so there will be multiple tiles, but it'll be pixel perfect, so you won't really see a difference. The reason to do this is to implement features for text selection, actually. So we can't really do text selection without running into a bunch of memory and other issues, latency issues, if we don't do tiling. So we need to do those two things are at the highest priority right now. And then once we're done with that, we're going to support annotations, highlighting, everything that you're used to in PDF Tools and OrgNoter. And once we're done with that, we're going to also integrate with Octech and SyncTech. Because right now, when a PDF gets updated, especially a LaTeX PDF, since there is no SyncTech integration, it can't really do it nicely, and it sometimes even crashes Emacs. So that's something that we will be planning to implement. Now, from this experiment, what exactly can Emacs, the Emacs core devs and others who are building packages can learn? Well, the first thing is that all of this should not be really this difficult, because all we're asking from Emacs is to display images in real time and update them in real time. That should not be that difficult of a thing to do. but apparently it is. And that's why Emacs's graphical interface needs to be more modular, more composable, and flexible for real-time graphics. If it is supposed to have things like, again, a document reader, something like a video editor, and something like that, Emacs's graphical interface needs to grow and be much more mature. And one of the things that's stopping it from doing that is actually Emacs's overlay functionality. So right now, the way we display an image in a buffer is using an overlay, actually multiple overlays. And overlays are static in the sense that if I attach to one image to one overlay, I need to have an entirely different image updated for that overlay. So I need to create another different image, change it in the memory, and then display it to update it. I can't change the image data in real time of the overlay. And that is a big issue. I've actually made an Emacs dev mailing list thread about it. I talked to Eli about it as well. And he said there's a possibility that this can be changed, but it's going to take a certain amount of rewrite. There's also issues with Emacs GC. Emacs GC sometimes leaks memory when you update images too quickly. That is, when you have a bunch of images that are getting churned out too quickly, Emacs GC starts leaking and it just goes up to like huge number of gigabytes in RAM. That's also a huge problem. The dynamic module API, the Emacs module.h header, needs to have more helpers. It's really bare bones, and I like that it is bare bones so that other languages can use it. But at the same time, I think it'll be really good if you can have some helpers that can do better memory interaction, like strings and so on, which we also faced some issues with. Emacs's fractional scaling system seems to be broken across different toolkits. We have bug reports that say in PGTK and Wayland, something seems to render differently because they have fractional scaling enabled. So that's something that I think overall, I think Emacs needs to focus on improving the graphical interface pipeline to be a much more mature one. And finally, how can you contribute to the development of Emacs Reader? Well, we are on Codeberg. We are not on GitHub, sorry. You can go there, you can look through the issues and send us a PR if you're interested. The next major release is going to go to GNU Alpha. Finally, we are not yet at GNU Alpha, so you can't really do Emacs package install and install our package. You would need to install it through use package, VC use package. And since we're going to go to GNU Alpha, we request you to assign your copyright to Emacs because GNU Alpha is essentially part of GNU Emacs. So you would need to do copyright assignment if you make non-trivial contribution. You can join us at IRC at #FIMULambda. And I also stream the development of this package bi-weekly on Sundays at PeerTube at the following channel. Feel free to join us. Finally, I want to thank Tushar, who has been persistently contributing to the project since 0.1, and I'm very, very thankful for him, for his suggestions, and for his code contributions as well. I would also like to thank Prom, who fixed a major bug in the Windows build, since I don't really use Windows anymore, so that was really nice, and for Tuis for fixing a pthread bug. I would also like to thank others who helped fix little things, who come to the stream to chat, who sort of see me bang my head across these C memory bugs. So thank you to all of those, and thank you finally to the viewers and to EmacsConf organizers as well. This is a splendid opportunity. Thank you.
second. Just getting everything set up. Boop, boop, boop. All right, you are good to go.
Hey, welcome to the first live Q&A of day 2 of EmacsConf 2025. I'm here with Divya, who's just going to take us into the live Q&A. Thank you so much, Divya, for your talk and for doing your live for doing the Q&A with us live this morning, or I think it's this evening for you.
Yeah, indeed. My pleasure.
So we'll just, we've already got a good number of questions here. If it's okay with you, I'll just take us right into the first one.
Sure.
The first question, and I'm reading from the Etherpad here, is there a scope for integrating the C library into Emacs itself with move PDF becoming an optional dependency?
Right. So integrating the C library into Emacs itself is like having new PDF inside Emacs source tree. I don't think Emacs devs would be inclined to do that, and I don't think we really need it. I think as it is, Emacs with doc view needs mu tool, which is something you need to install from UPDF anyways. So I think it is almost expected that you install mu PDF from System Package Manager. And I think that as it is better because we don't really need to have a whole PDF engine inside Emacs. Yeah.
Thanks. Next question, also from the pad. The dynamic modules sound great, and it's amazing that they've been there since 2017. Why do you think they've been so slow to get adopted? Is there prior art with them?
Right, that's a good question, actually. I think one of the reasons is that most of the time, I think people love Emacs because they can do so much with eLisp. I think certainly there is a bias towards trying to do things with eLisp. I think there's only a sort of specific class of problems that you can solve with dynamic modules, such as this, where you want to use a native library to do something in a fast or better way. I use that quite a lot. There's, of course, libvterm, which uses a dynamic module, and it does it really well. And I think there's another one, a plotting library or package in Emacs that was using something from Python. So dynamic modules are good, but I think they don't really come to the surface level packages, your day-to-day packages, because most of the day-to-day packages that we use in Emacs can be done with eLisp. So unless you really need something system level efficient, most of the time you don't want to write C or C++ or something. But there is actually a really nice Rust crate for native modules, and there's a really nice Haskell package. So there's actually really good support for multiple languages. So it's there, it's just not used as much. Yeah.
So what you're saying is if eLisp weren't so simple to learn and easy to use and so fully featured, we'd get a lot more mileage out of this super cool dynamic module feature.
Yeah.
Cool. I'll bring in the next question. How difficult are PDF tools to install? The questioner is installing it using the built-in package manager. Looking at the Emacs Reader installation instructions, it doesn't necessarily cover how to install that easily. Person is not using use package or straight.
Okay.
Oh, and they say you did kind of touch on this in the presentation.
Okay, so you want me to skip that, or should I answer?
It's your choice. If you would like to say more.
Yeah. I think just as a thing, the reason I said PDF tools is difficult is PDF tools has a huge list of dependencies. The only thing Emacs Reader depends on is mu PDF, nothing else. There's a single dependency. PDF tools depends on a lot of things, and they have their own server, which is packaged as a system package, which you don't really find everywhere. And there's like systems, GNU Linux systems, where the package is very difficult to build because of so many dependencies. So my goal was to sort of reduce the number of dependencies. And then right now it's sort of icky to install Emacs Reader. Once we go to GNU Alpha, it's just going to be Emacs package install, just that.
Nice.
Right now you have to do package VC a bit, but yeah.
What? Boy, we get spoiled as Emacs users. Everything just gets so easy for us. It's like an IDE for our whole machine.
Certainly.
What tools did you use to measure the memory usage between the three packages?
Yeah, that's a good question. So during my development, I use mostly for debugging purposes Valgrind. So Valgrind is a suite of debugging tools, and one of the tools that it has is Massive. It's a heap analyzer, heap profiler. So Valgrind plus Massive, and then there's a KDE package called Massive Visualizer. So I first get the Massive output using Valgrind, and then put that output into Massive Visualizer. That gives me the graphs.
Are there Emacs integrations for those components at all? Does Valgrind have
I don't think so. I don't think so. There's I think a few packages which do something with Massive, but I don't think like they're maintained. Yeah.
Gotcha. Cool. Some opportunity there for someone spunky. How is conversion between ELISP and foreign language type systems done? For example, when interfacing with a C++ library that makes heavy use of the C++ object system and templates.
Yeah, that's a good question. So the go-to answer is the blog post that I wrote, which is an extensive explanation on how the internals of dynamic modules work. The short answer is that basically what happens is anything that is compatible with C ABI, when you compile that language code, so when I compile C++ code, I would have a particular API. So we have a dynamic module API, which is the Emacs module.h, the file that I showed. You have to put that into your C++ package program, and then link it through. So Emacs module.h is basically going to like use things in your Emacs installation to interact with this C++ language. So it's basically FFI. And what this gives you is that you can have things in C++. So let's say you want to do multi-threading the way I did system level multi-threading. You can have C++ be responsible for the multi-threading, but you want the output of the multi-threading to go into Emacs. So then you write like a piece of C++ function, which is going to be a dynamic module function. A dynamic module function is written in the language that you target, that is C++ or C or Rust. And then that is going to be compiled into a shared library, like a SO, shared object. And then that shared object is going to be loaded into Emacs system using require. So when I do require render core in my one of the slides that I showed, I'm basically loading that shared object, and that shared object already has the compiled dynamic module functions and so on. But my blog will explain that better.
Gotcha. Yeah, I thought that was pretty clear. I'm looking forward to seeing it, that blog post, and understanding what I glossed over, trying to understand it from that explanation. That was great. Can one look at PDF metadata with Emacs Reader? Can you do annotations? Does it understand forms? Can it handle encrypted PDFs? In other words, this I think reading between the lines, wow, this is awesome. Is there anything it can't do?
You're right. So Emacs Reader will be able to do all of those things. It can do annotations. It will be able to do forms, and we have an issue open for encrypted PDFs. The thing is, right now we are struggling with making Emacs Reader be very efficient in terms of highlighting and text selection because of the challenges that I mentioned in the slides. So it will be able to do all of that once we tackle the basic features down in an efficient manner.
Gotcha. Commenter said, or questioner says, I installed Emacs Reader already as promised. Great job. How can I associate ODT files to open with Emacs Reader?
You don't really need to do anything. You should be just able to do find file, Control X, Control F, and open, and it should open with Emacs Reader, because we have an auto mode list, a list that takes an ODT file and opens it with reader mode. So you should just be able to do find file. If you're not able to do that, you should open a bug report. Yeah.
Okay, and I'll just mention we've got about 10 minutes left of our live Q&A, but if you're watching the stream, it's possible that we'll just keep going. The questions just keep coming, which I just love that. So feel free to join the BBB link that should have shown in the IRC chat. Jump in and we can take questions as long as Divya has Steam for that. If a PDF file is open in Emacs Reader and I reintegrate the PDF with some changes, does Emacs Reader refresh the PDF on its own, or do I reload it?
Right, that's also a really good question. So one answer is that it depends on how you change the PDF. So for example, if I just replaced the PDF with something else of the same name, Emacs Reader will update it immediately. If you have auto revert mode on, it'll just revert the buffer and it'll reload the PDF really nicely. But if you're doing it something like LaTeX, where you're writing something in LaTeX and LaTeX is continuously producing the PDF, that needs SyncTeX integration, because LaTeX, while it's producing the PDF, it does a lot of funky things. It does not provide a sort of renderable PDF all the time. So Emacs will sort of crash trying to basically render a PDF that is not ready yet. So we need SyncTeX to sync with LaTeX to do that really nice.
Okay, so we have to do some care and feeding of the exact timing if we have more of a continuous development cycle that's happening behind the curtain, so to speak. That makes a lot of sense to me. What are the challenges with integrating SyncTeX and AuthTeX? This would be great to see as PDF handles this well, or PDF Tools handles this well.
Yeah. So we have SyncTeX and AuthTeX planned. I don't really see any major obstacles for doing that, to be very honest. I think we can do it in a much simpler way than PDF Tools does. The only reason we haven't done it yet is because, again, we have more important highlighting and text selection and those features planned, but it's anticipated. Yeah.
All right, this next question is a sneaky comment, but I'm going to read it like a question anyway, because I wholeheartedly approve of this. I loved your presentation. Will you be giving another talk on the architecture you went over? A deep dive on that would be awesome.
I'm not sure if an EmacsConf talk will be appropriate for this, but I do stream bi-weekly. So you're always welcome to come on my stream and ask, and I would be very happy to go deep into this.
I'm looking forward to catching that myself. Thank you for the shout. Is there search functionality, something like iSearch and Occur?
This is, we don't really have it, but this is the most immediate feature after we have text selection. So once we have text selection, once we're able to select the text, then we can have iSearch so that it can highlight the text.
All right, and then I'll read out this question and then I have to do a little bookkeeping on the pad. Does the dynamic module prevent customization that Emacs usually provides, advice, hooks, etc., or does everything just kind of work?
No, if you have a dynamic module, it doesn't limit you into doing anything. You can do everything on the ELISP side that you want, and you only take care of certain things on the dynamic module side. If you're asking whether you can do advices, hooks, and all of that on the dynamic module itself, from the dynamic module itself, that's a bit tricky, because something like calling a macro or doing macros in dynamic modules is not really that nice. You have to pretty much manually expand the macro yourself in the dynamic module. So if you want to do it from the dynamic model, there's not much support right now. But you can do everything on the eLisp side without touching the dynamic module.
Got it. So those are the questions that I see. I'm just going to take a quick peek, but let me invite you if you wanted to. We've got just about 5 minutes left, and I will get carried away sometimes and fail to make this invitation before we cut away live, especially if we do keep going a bit. I want to make sure you get a chance to just throw in any closing thoughts that you have live onto the stream. Of course, you don't have to do that. You said a lot in your presentation.
No, I think mostly that's fine. I'm just really happy that people are interested in the package, and I would be glad to have contributors and reviewers or anything. That'll be nice.
Awesome. So here comes one more question, or actually a couple more questions coming in. Following up on dynamic modules, do you usually create an ELISP shim from foreign function interface and then use them with eLisp code?
Yeah, so basically how you do is you write, let's say I have a C function that I've written in the dynamic module. It's a dynamic module function. And then when I'm trying to call the dynamic module function, most of the time I don't call it like that. I wrap it inside a proper eLisp function and then call that eLisp function. So that's how I think it's better to do that, because you can take care of certain cases on when you want the dynamic module function to be called. Maybe sometimes you don't want the dynamic module function to be called immediately. So it's better to wrap it. Yeah.
Okay. So timing issues.
Yeah.
For the purposes of managing timing issues, that eLisp shim is preferred.
Yeah.
Makes sense. So question here is the person is searching for a roadmap. Is that already available as a feature?
Searching is on the roadmap. It is not available yet as a feature, but it's on priority. Yeah.
I think you may have touched on that. Sorry if I failed to connect the dot there. Those are the questions that I see. We've got just a couple of minutes. I'm not sure if you have more you wanted to say, but I have to say how much I appreciate your talk, especially you're jumping in live with us and just taking everything on the fly. I think this is a big part of what adds the energy. You in particular, just really dynamic speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I enjoyed it as well.
Person is, and I think this may have been touched on already, but let's maybe get into it more specifically. We've said that search is kind of a next up type of feature as the current iteration stabilizes. Question was, occur like, how would you?
Totally. There will be occur searches. There will be iSearch, enabled iSearch. Used to with PDF tools, we would be like parity with the features, all the features that you're used to with PDF tools. Certainly occur anything that is important in Emacs with text and that can be done with PDFs. We really want to do that because I want the package to be as knitted into Emacs ecosystem as possible.
Okay, we'll see if we can get in this last question here. Do you have a timing expectation for ELPA?
Yeah, next major release, essentially. So next major release is most likely going to be within a month or two. So once we have the next major release, we're going to be in ELPA.
Timing couldn't be more perfect. Maybe this is a good point to break. We'll be cutting away to the next talk in just a couple of minutes. So let me say one more time how much, on behalf of all the attendees and all the volunteers and everybody, how much we appreciate your talk and your awesome contribution to the Emacs world.
Thanks, Corbin. Thanks.
Next, we have weightlifting tracking with Emacs and Android by Zachary Romero. You can ask questions via web conference by joining from the talk page, or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC. All right, I'm going to start the recording, and you're ready to go.
All right, perfect. Hello, my name is Zachary Romero, and today I'll be giving a talk on how I'm using Emacs for Android to replace my fitness app I normally use. So it goes without saying that a lot of the mobile ecosystem these days are pretty hostile to the interest of its users. So there's privacy policies that are constantly collecting your data and selling it without your consent, bombardment of ads, and then there's a lot of features that are locked. Sometimes features that the app gives you, they're put behind paywalls, and so a lot of the ecosystem isn't in the best interest of users. So and obviously there are apps like on F-Droid and in the Android ecosystem that do try to address this, but the solutions overall are lagging behind maybe desktop computers. So one option that has come in the past few years is Emacs on Android. So the build, yeah, it's just a normal Emacs build, and so it can do everything essentially, in theory, that Emacs can do. And so I got to thinking, how I could use Emacs to replace some of the proprietary apps that I use on a daily basis. So I mean, just when thinking about the apps that Emacs can replace, some of them seem quite easy. Some of them maybe might take a little effort, but seem doable. And then obviously there's a whole class of apps that would be pretty impossible to emulate on Emacs. So I mean, besides like to-do lists, note-taking, org mode, one thing that came to mind was my fitness tracking app. This is an app I use pretty often, and in theory, Emacs should be quite usable for this case. So, um, so weightlifting tracking is so it's normally used to record what exercises you do at what intensity in order to progress week by week. So you might plan because yeah, you might plan on like slowly increasing the amount of effort you put into your various workouts from week to week, and then maybe you'll have put some rest weeks in there, and so like you want a detailed plan and recording of what you do throughout the week. And so I guess way back, normally this would have been done on pen and paper. So you would take your notebook and just like write down on paper what you did. And this obviously works, and a lot of people do this. Um, but these days, there are quite a few apps that make this process quite seamless and effortless. So, just as an example, really fast. So this is one of like the popular apps out these days that has such a feature. So you can save all your workout routines in this nice interface, and so you click a button, and then it starts. You have the workout interface, and then you go through your workout, and then you can input like what things you do, and then it has this like fancy timer at the bottom. So like this is um, kind of like what a lot of people use these days, just for to make it as frictionless as possible. So obviously you can do like this bare bone text editing in Emacs. You just have to open up an org mode file and just right away. So, but there are a number of problems with this. So like especially on mobile, character by character editing, just like writing all this text out manually, maybe some formatting, it can be pretty tedious and not something you want to have to do, especially if you're like exhausted or tired. So, I mean, there's also like the problem of like remembering where in your workout you are, like how many of these way, like which like where you are, like which set number are you on? Are you on the first, second, and then also like maybe you failed, maybe you weren't able to like perform this, and maybe you have to make a note that so that's even more text editing you would have to do. Also, some things like unit conversions, like you could use calc, but then you'd have to open up the calc and then number, unit conversion, switch buffers. So it's doable, but takes a little effort. And then also the rest timer. So like if you want to make sure you're resting in between these exercises you do, you'd have to maybe open up another app, or maybe you'd have to bring your watch, and then so that's another thing that these apps normally would do for you. So writing some eLisp, um, I created a package to try to emulate that experience I showed you on that other app. So let me just demo this real fast. Um, so here the package is called orgfit, and so here I'm going to start a new workout, and then here I'm prompted by a list of routines that I have pre-written in org mode. So the header name is the routine name, and so I can out of all these routines I've written, I can select one, and then also I can have it populate. So here it's populating preset weights I had for it. Um, so yeah, so basically this is my current attempt to emulate that experience. So here here like the arrows and the tabs, they only go through like the editable fields. So on the notes section you see here in the table, this is like my plan for the day. So I can press space to easily just fill out the data, tab, go to the next set. I can press quote to copy from above. There's also some interesting things with Android, like you can bind the volume down key. So here I have the volume down key, just like inputting like the data automatically and going to the next field. So you see there, it's quite seamless input of information. Notice also when all the sets of a single work exercise are done, it marks that heading as done. Also, if you notice at the top, on the left, you have the session the session time for the workout, and then on here we have the rest timer. So the rest timer is actually just defined as an org mode property. So here it's saying that okay, you should start the auto rest timer for 3 minutes every time you do a set. So here, let's fill it in, go to the next one, and now the rest timer is set for 3 minutes. And so like here I can just rest and here I just have the information right here. Also, you'll notice here we have some calculations at the bottom. This is something also that those apps provide, like in order to make sure you're tracking on certain levels of intensity. Um, let's see, what else do we have? We can add warm-ups, automatic warm-up set inserting, unit conversions. And then something else to note is that all of these actions I'm doing, they're all bound to a single key to make things as quick, as effortless as possible. So yeah, that's the app in a nutshell. And then, so how is this done? So the philosophy behind this is to use org mode as a base. So all the functionality, the timer for the session, that's just clock in or clock in. All the data you fill in, the exercises, routines, those are just org headings, like with nested entries. So yeah, and then all the movement, like a lot of the editing stuff, is just going off of the org mode API. So like here, my upper field is actually just it's using like the org table go to line function. Adding a note is org table put. So like all of my functions I'm using, they're just building off of the org mode API. Um, and I found that this pattern worked pretty well. Yeah. So you get the benefits of org mode, um, and then the ease of using it on mobile. And so I guess in the last few minutes of this talk, I'll just go over some just quick things about working with Android, just that might come up. So the first thing is notifications. This is actually an interesting feature. So in the Android build for Emacs, you have the function Android notifications notify. And so here, this is how you can send a notification. So my rest timer, for example, utilizes this function to let you know when your rest is over. And the cool thing about this is that um, the uh, the build for Emacs lets you, so here in the app settings, under notifications, so here you can actually pick a notification group, which is here set, which is, yeah, so it's set right here, and you can just customize it. So like, what sound do you want it to make? Do you want it to vibrate? Do you want to show on the screen? And so this way, like, you can easily, so if you are resting, you will get a notification. It will vibrate. It might make a really loud noise if you want it to. And so this is all customizable. And the cool thing is that if you have other packages that utilize notifications, all of the notification groups, they're all customizable separately. So, and there we go. So that notification you see on the top is actually from the Emacs app. So you notice here we're not even running Emacs, and yet we got that rest timer is over. So that's one thing. Next, keyboard. So just when working with Emacs, I found using the unexpected keyboard. So in particular to be really helpful with all the key bindings. So like if you just want to try out Emacs from like F-Droid or something, I would recommend using a keyboard like this to let you use like the meta keys and the control keys. And then yeah, using this keyboard, I haven't really noticed any problems with Emacs key bindings. And then lastly, just like my setup. So SyncThing Fork is another app I rely on heavily. So so as I mentioned, all this org fit files are all org mode files. So I use SyncThing Fork to synchronize them between my laptop and my Android. And then also like to get this package, like just syncing a list folder might be helpful for like if you want to easily edit your init file on Android on your machine. So yeah, SyncThing Fork is another helpful thing that you might want to look into if you're exploring Android and Emacs build of Android. So yeah, Emacs on Android does actually have the potential to replace a decent number of common use cases, and org mode can be a solid foundation for any of these applications that you're thinking of. And yeah, I highly recommend giving Emacs on Android a shot. And that concludes this presentation.
Thank you so much, Zachary. That was awesome talk, and I appreciate you preparing it for us. The couple questions on the pad. If anybody wants to jump in and throw in your questions or comments, of course, happy to read them out on screen here. I think when we were talking backstage before, you had asked me to kind of read them out, but feel free to jump in and kind of take over at any point. This is the you show. I'm kind of prop manager.
All right, cool. Yeah.
So the first question we had was a comment. This is very cool. It would be nice to build up some org rep max calculation formula into Calc. Is that something that you've thought about?
Well, I mean, one rep max. Yeah, I mean, not in honesty, I'm not sure about the extending Calc itself. Like if there's, if like what are the ways of extending Calc itself? But this package org fit, I mean, it does have the one rep max. Like I kind of had to dig into that. Like so let's see if I can find the code. But yeah, I mean, it does. I mean, so this is specifically this package. But yeah, yeah, you can use the various one rep max formulas for this. Extend this clock report. Yes, yeah, exactly. Graphical reports. These are all something that it currently doesn't have, and these nice apps do have. Like they have charts of all kinds. Like you can see your progress from week to week on various exercise. Like they have like charts galore. All these like fancy apps, and in theory, it wouldn't be hard at all to like, because like there's GNU plot. There's those, and they have like very good packages on in Emacs itself. So I mean I assume integration would be pretty seamless. So yes, that is definitely on the list of things I want to do.
Have you ever wanted to modify the functionality of your mobile device while working out? Any good or challenging experiences or tips with that?
Yeah, that's actually funny. There was a time where, um, yeah, I mean, it's like debugging. There was like some bug I was having with my code, and so I have in the middle of a workout, yeah, just start like open up the debugger and kind of gone through. But and the cool thing is that I mean, the biggest thing by far is unexpected keyboard. Like, I can't state how much unexpected keyboard is, because like with that keyboard, you can literally just like it's not hard at all to like you can do meta X or control meta X or control U, control meta X to like debug. Like you can do all the key bindings with unexpected keyboard. There's no problem whatsoever with that part. The only part is muscle memory. Like it's because you get the muscle memory of like the Emacs key binding, and so you have to kind of like yeah. I mean that translation is actually kind of you have to think about it like okay, what was that key binding again? And you have to kind of maybe like do it with your fingers and because like doing it on Android is I mean it takes a little longer and it's just a different set of different muscle memory.
Gotcha. Sorry if you've covered this. Does the rest timer end with an audible notification?
That's the cool thing. So with the Android notification settings, you can I could show that again in more detail. So go into settings, apps, pick the app, the no, notifications, and then here we get that org fit rest over. And so here you can set, for example, whether it's a silent notification, and so this won't make noise. You can do or like make it have a noise. And so you can have it make sure it's pop on the screen, and then yeah, you can just pick whatever ringtone you want, and you can make it as like yeah. And then obviously you have like the whole volume settings, so you can like uh, when you're working, you can just set the volume pretty high. So if you do happen to set your phone kind of away, you set the volume high, maybe make a really annoying sound or a loud sound you won't miss, and then yeah, you'll be set. So that works. That works. That was actually maybe one of the biggest surprise. I wasn't expecting that to work so nice.
One of the next question relates to the unexpected keyboard. Question is, have you tried other keyboards such as Hacker's keyboard?
Not recently. Yeah, I haven't, so I couldn't compare them.
Fair enough.
Um,
Another keyboard question: have you tried Flickboard on F-Droid? The commenter says this is the craziest keyboard. You use one thumb.
oh, that is interesting. Let me see. Flickboard.
Flickboard.
I said, yeah, I'll have to try that. I'm curious to get the key bindings done. I wonder if the key bindings and all that would. That's interesting. I'll definitely look into that.
So I'll vamp
And
for
then
just a moment as people are typing in more questions. A good moment to just thank you for the talk. It's personally, it's one of my favorite things to see at EmacsConf is, a glimpse into a world that kind of isn't mine, right? But it shows how, Emacs is sort of the bazaar in the cathedral and bazaar sense of we're all just here sort of hauling our bags of toys into the center square and making a I don't know if it's a house of cards or what exactly it is, but it's managing to keep me afloat personally, and I just appreciate your kind of expanding my world. It's pretty cool.
oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I mean, I agree. There's a lot of different. Yeah. Um,
So next commenter, I'm curious. Sorry, I skipped one here. This user interface is simplified, but still keyboard based. Have you thought about ways to make it more touch based?
good question. Yeah. So The only thing currently, I think, of like specific touch-based functionality I have, which so this is like so let's see, it's Control X, Control plus. I think that's the okay, that wrong. That key binding wrong. What was it? Okay, whatever. Yeah. So in terms of touch command, so pressing on a headline will actually unfold it and move your
Cool.
cursor to the next the next field that you yeah. So like yeah, at the beginning of the table. So like there's that. Yeah. And so
It
yeah,
sounds
I'm
like
just
that is
exploring it.
something you're thinking about.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like, maybe like a little thing at the bottom. Like, so this app has this, if you notice, like if you do something, it has this rest timer at the bottom.
Mhm.
So I mean, it wouldn't be pretty, it wouldn't be, it seems quite doable to just have like maybe something at the bottom, like for a timer, and then you can just like plus 15 seconds or cancel it or, just, and then those could all be just like touch based. And so, yeah, and then obviously just like classic Emacs, um, the Emacs like um, clicking actions. Yeah, they work just fine. Like, so there's no like weird Android touch thing you have to worry about.
So let me ask a question of my own here. Just thinking about that myself, how would you, ideally approach that? Is that something that it makes them, that you'd most prefer to sort of dive into yourself, or would you think about factoring that out into like some kind of org touch higher level API or yeah?
Oh, I mean, personally, I mean, I think just like um, not, yeah, not some like, or yeah, I don't think there's even. I think the current Emacs, like just like the clicking and just like adding a lambda to it. That works. I mean, that feels like it works just fine. And like,
Gotcha.
you can add the code, like the command right there too. Like, so it's all like, yeah, it's all, there's, I mean, and that's kind of a nice thing is like having everything like close, like not, just like not having those a lot of layers of abstraction. It's just like, you have a lambda to the click and then, just do
That
it.
was my
That's it.
experience too. This is a few years ago now, but when I was starting on the dungeon mode project that a friend and I presented several years ago at Emacs conference, we were shocked to learn just how usable. This is echoing a comment I see from Elephant Ergo on IRC, who says touch seems so wildly usable nowadays. That's so awesome. That was really my experience too with Dungeon. We were just working on it, we got the fog of war going, and then just took it onto a touchscreen laptop at the time, and we're just shocked to learn, everything just worked.
Mhm. Yeah, maybe like the hardest thing is actually just the default font size. You have to like you can't have your font too small or you'll like you'll mistouch things a lot. But
Yeah. Well, there's no font size large enough to make me, you know, uh, to make me comfortable on a smart device, unfortunately. But that I think it may be a me problem.
oh, I think this question we might have missed. So the file sync. Uh yeah, so the file sync in terms of
Well, thank you.
um
Yeah.
yeah, what's worked for me. I did have to play around with
Let
this
me
a
let me
lot.
go ahead and read it out. You mentioned file sync. What have you found works well for you? Sorry.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So in terms of what yeah, I did have to play around with this a lot. But sync thing fork is what I eventually settled on. And I mean, that's another thing that I mean, I don't it wouldn't nearly be as usable, like Emacs wouldn't be as nearly usable without it. So syncing fork essentially okay, and then I also have like a droplet on DigitalOcean, just like so that's kind of like what bridges it together. So like so my Emacs can sync to that and then my machine also syncs to that. And so like, it kind of gives it kind of I kind of I don't have to have them both like on the same time. It's just there that copy, and so that works like pretty well. I also found that like like editing code in general. I think this is also goes with the development experience question. So like, I'm curious about the development experience. Do you have any? Do you do everything on the phone? And that's the thing. Like, none of my development in general is done on the phone. Like, just because, for one, my muscle memory isn't there, and two, just like in general, like typing on a virtual keyboard on the phone is it's just really slow. Um, so yeah, all my all like all the development is done on my machine. But then there's like the problem of like you have to have a init.l in your Android, and so like you're gonna have to write some like you know I found like you'd have to like when you first get Emacs set up, you might have to like write some I don't know like you'll kind of have to like get into your init file and then just like maybe just like start to put things together. But the cool thing is with sync thing fork, I'm syncing I'm setting it to load off of a sync directory. So like this init file, my init Android file is synced with my machine. So if I wanted to, I could just edit it on my machine and just have that synced automatically. So
Cool.
that makes like the whole like init because like it's such a like that is one of the like, it's just like writing your init L and Emacs on Android is just a kind of a
We
yeah
do
it's
have one more question. I can't help but throw in a comment there. I think that's an extremely good tip, right? That if as we're exploring Android, we want to think about that as adding support for another port of Emacs. So the whole dance of I took my init and I wanted to use it on BSD after mostly using GNU Linux. Now we're going in and we're looking at our Emacs, all of our Emacs init stuff and thinking about compatibility, turning features on and off based on the OS that we're running underneath and so on. I think that's pretty heads up advice. Let me read out this other question. Have you thought about integrating cardio tracking like time runs, bike rides, and so on?
yes, I definitely thought about that. And that might be another thing like where a touch interface might be it might be helpful. So like um the uh I don't know if I can easily pull it up, but like the app itself. Oh yeah, here it is. So you can see kind of how they have and you can kind of see how this fits. This is like an org, these you can see that these are just tables, right? Like this is just like this whole interface in general just like kind of screams like, an org mode file with you have your different headings. Like here's a warm-up heading and then you have the tables and you could just like envision how you could have a org table with one of the columns called time, and then you could just imagine like there'd be a button there and you can just have it click and then you'd have a timer in the background that would update this timer. Like it's so I mean conceptually it'd be there's nothing like really it conceptually maps really well to like um to this. So yeah, I mean that's definitely something
That's awesome.
yeah.
Great answer. So I think we got about 90 seconds left. Perfect amount of time, I think, to just wrap up. Closing thoughts. I'll share mine first. Really appreciate you, Zach. Thank you for putting this talk together. I think this is the type of talk that's really going to tie the room together for people that may be, not sure how they can take use of the Emacs port for Android. Although they've been, interested in that, this can be a really good way to kind of open up the world. Thank you for putting it together.
Yeah, I would just say like definitely just try things out. Like if you think, they're just like random ideas pop, like a book tracking app or like a recipe app. Like, there's a lot of things that you do on your mobile device that aren't like banking apps that you could easily that seem like they could be done in Emacs. So yeah, just try different things out and shit. I would love to hear what other people do.
Bravo. Appreciate once again you're coming together, and especially you're doing the doing it live. I know that as a conference we have a lot of preference for those recorded talks and getting the captioning together, but I just have a special place in my heart for the energy that comes with a live talk, and I appreciate you doing it.
And thanks for putting this up. Emacs Conf.
Now we have this awkward pause of a few seconds as well as the stream will be cut.
Next, we have Corfu plus Yes Snippet, Easier Than I Thought, by Pedro A. Aranda Gutierrez. He will answer questions via web conference. You can join using the URL from the talk page or ask questions through Etherpad or IRC. Alright, hang on a second, I'm just arranging the windows.
Fine.
Yep. Alright, you're good to go.
Okay, fine. Good afternoon. Thanks, Sasha, for all the help. Good whatever it is. I don't know if it's morning, afternoon, or night. Nice to have you here on this talk. This is my second talk this year. First one was on things that I've done to org mode. Just as a side note, this presentation that I'm going to share with you about my work on Corfu and Just Snippet, I've prepared that on org mode and exported that with a work I've been doing with to the LaTeX exporter. Anyhow, what is my talk going to be about? It's going to be about Corfu and Just Snippet, which I thought would be difficult to integrate, and it was much easier than I thought. So just a short outline, my motivation, step by step of the things that I've been investigating and some takeaways. So my motivation, yeah, snippet is old. So I've tried I've tried Temple and other template management packages, but it was really not my cup of tea. So mainly why? Mainly because I have a nice base of YA snippets I have my generated for my needs. So it's not that I've been importing snippets from other from packages which are out there. No, they are my snippets. I'm used to them, and of course, migration comes as a cost. I've been using company as my completion at point function GUI for years, but with the time coming in features and so on, it was not as easy to set up as I wanted for my needs. So I had been I've been playing with Eglot already some time for a language server protocol. I had read about how easy it was to integrate with Corfu, which was really nice, and I had given it a try. But I'm using both graphical user interface mode in Emacs and text mode. And for text mode, you need a Corfu terminal, which was yet another package that I don't download. So, wow. And I didn't really find a quick way to get rid of company to get just snippets. So at the end, at the beginning, when I was using Corfu and Eglot, I also needed to load company to have yeah snippet support, which was really like sort of weird because I wanted to get rid of yeah snippet. Anyhow, why try now? I'm following the mailing list, the development mailing list, and I got interested when I heard something about TTI child frames being announced for master. That would mean less packages to download because I thought I could get rid of Corfu, and I wanted to try if I could get rid of Corfu terminal and run Corfu without that. So there were some hints there, and that in that thread and mailing list that made it interesting for me. And at the end, I'm also like a why not trying man. So I said, let's give it a try. My requirements, I'm working always on a new Emacs, on a decently new Emacs, normally from master vanilla, completely vanilla. I don't have any extras like Doom or things like that, so I'm on vanilla. And one of the things that I don't want is that on this vanilla recent Emacs, I don't want Corfu terminal. I need just snippet. Basically, old dog does new little tricks, and snippets must, in my way of working, must be easy and quick to configure, and Tempo or others that I've seen are not. I don't want any reminiscence of a company in my setup, and of course, don't forget that I've embraced the language server protocol implementations and basically iglot. My main focus now is Python and LaTeX, and I have PyLSP and TechLab, and I don't want to have to stop using them. So basic setup for Corfu and iglot, you can find it everywhere you look for it. It's really easy. And actually, I also do something somehow naughty, which is to set this variable, the Corfu auto variable, to true. Although I know it's not recommended, blah blah blah. But I use that because I'm a bit lazy in that. So next step was looking at completion at point functions. So the information there, if you go through it, is scattered and sometimes a bit cryptic. At the end, I came up with something like the thing that you see there on the screen. So it's a function for just completion at point. So I need my list of keywords, so that I'm going to be talking later. And I have my bounds, which is normally a word, and from that I get the start and the end of the thing that I want to be my seed for looking and bringing up Corfu. And of course, I need some completion properties here. This looked like this is what you need to do, but I had to dig quite deep to create a JavaScript keyword list and to understand the completion props. And as an update of what I've been doing in the last weeks, I've created a bound of things at point for me, with a different thing that doesn't skip over non-blank character, that only skips over non-blank characters. Why? Because Word was confusing later, because the backslash, like in the example for the teletype text, was not taken into account by Word. So I had to create my own one, which was a bound of thing at point, and then my thing is non-blanks. Completion at point properties. What are they? They allow Emacs to know how to handle the information for a specific completion type. So you normally will have an annotation, which then can disappear if you use node icons Corfu, which is what I'm doing currently. But I keep it commented just in case I get tired of Corfu and I want to have my completion function. Then the company kind is not something that comes from the company. Well, something that comes from the company package, but does not require, and that's going to allow node icons Corfu to identify and put the right icon there in the completion list, as you will see in a couple of minutes. So it's a snippet key. So basically, what this is telling you is that this is a snippet keyword. These two lines, either line, tell you that this is a snippet keyword, and that it should be added, and that it should be added to the other completions that you already have in your list. Problems looking. Now, next step, once I had the completion props, which was relatively easy, was to go and get the keyword list right. I've been looking at pre-existing solutions, like, for example, how the menu is built in by YaSnippet, and it looked a bit like Mission Impossible. Because the approach by all these, by all the things that I have seen and I've examined, is to get the keys and the names, and then then further process them. My take was do I really need both? At the end, if I use my own snippets, I'm going to be using something I would call meaningful keys for them, or at least meaningful for these keys are meaningful for me, and I try not to repeat them because it makes little sense to repeat a keyword. So why not center everything around the keys only? And can that help simplify my code? So I started to dive into snippet, and I found a lot of useful semi-hidden functions there. I discovered that getting the lists, the list of keys for a given mode was not that difficult. And at the end, what I started doing is get all the snippet tables used by a major mode and get the lists of the keys that you have in each table. Sometimes the list is empty, so it's going to return a nil, and that you have to discard. And when you're using structured snippets, like snippets and submenus and so on, to get a structured menu, you need to filter. You also get some non-strings that you need to filter out in order to be to get a workable keyword list. So at the end of the day, what I had was something like this. I had for a mode, I went through all modes, associated to that. And then I went, I got my results from all the tables that I had for a given table. So what you do is you get the tables that are associated to a mode, because surprise, surprise, some modes have more than one table. And then what you do is you filter out all non-strings from each of the keys list that you have for each table. So as you see, it's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 liner, which was not too much. By the way, if someone from Snippet is around, I sent a pull request to include this as a public function in Snippet, because it might be nice to have it in a packet in order to do this kind of things. So fine-tuning, I just adding Yas completion to the completion point functions was not enough. I don't really know, but exclusive node didn't seem to work how I wanted. So I needed to use cape. Sorry. Yeah, I was saying I was getting rid of packages, and I had to add one package in order to get a function, which is very, very nice, and which is part of the cape function of the cape package, and that's cape cap super. So at the end, using that, you define an alias, which for that, where you use cape cap super to have a list of what you want. So in this case, for example, for the demo I'm going to make, I'm using yes completion and then the alias completion at point function provided by Emacs. I combine them using cape cap super, and with that I create a new completion at point function, which I call cape list mode. And then I add this alias to the completion functions list. And with that, it is enough. Snippet expansion, if you want to have your snippets expanded automatically, you have to add an exit function to the to the completion properties, yet another function that you have to add. And to avoid this automatic selection to be too eager, you need to add this set Corfu on exact match to nil, because otherwise you will always get the snippet expanded even if you don't want it. Basically, why? Basically, because this would be suboptimal if because the key can appear as part of a variable name. So another nice thing, I'm also creating my own themes. I'm trying to have very sleek themes that only cover the modes that I use, and for that I have my own theme create fork from the original theme creator, and there I've in my personal fork that I'm running at home, I only have the font, the faces for the modes I use. I don't want to overload the theme with too much different things. So looking at this, I really didn't need, as you will see now, I don't need to add anything to my themes because the default faces for Corfu adapt quite well to most of the themes. So if I go back to my checklist, decently in Emacs, yes, compiled. The one you'll see in the demo I'm doing is a master compiled the day before yesterday. So, and I don't need Corfu terminal there. I need YAR snippet, and you're going to see that in a second with a couple of snippets that I can expand here. I don't want any reminiscence of a company in my setup, and there's none. Well, actually, company kind is there. You see the company there, but it isn't defined by companies, strictly speaking. And for I don't want. I need eglot integration, which I will also be showing you. Takeaways from all this: if you accept the extra burden of Corfu Terminal 4 Emacs 30 or earlier Emacs 30s, it's not too difficult to get this setup running. Corfu was easier to integrate and configure than Company, and it's much lighter in terms of number of lines, etc. I learned a lot. Well, I actually, yes, with the help of Cape, but it is much lighter and much easier to integrate and configure. I've learned a lot about completion at point functions in the process, which is something that is always nice to learn new things. And the nerd icons Corfu makes at least at this point in time, I might get tired of it, but at this point in time, it makes a very nice overall look and feel for Emacs. Requests to whom it may concern. Cape has nice features that maybe could make their way into Emacs. I'm thinking basically about this Cape super Cape functionality, which is very nice and overcomes the problem of linking and this exclusive and all this kind of things that we have currently in Corfu with the completion at point functions. Corfu is also really nice to have, and it's not too big. So, is there any possibility that it makes its way into Emacs? Please keep YAR snippet alive. I'm not saying here that my pull request should be there, but it would be nice if someone took a look and made it part of YAR snippet. And PS, currently on master, and there's a lot of semantic highlighting going on, which is very, very nice. No criticism on that. But you may need to add to your snippet hook this simple simple value for local value for fontify semantically, because at least in my case, I felt that the faces were a bit too pushy, so I had to make the snippet mode use the old Emacs Lisp fontification. This would be my talk. Any initial reactions to this? There's a question here. Someone asked, did you try EASNIPET Conf? If so, what did you miss from this approach? I tried that, and it's not that I missed anything. It was more or less that I wanted to do it myself. So I wanted to see what was behind it. That's my answer. I also there are lots of packages there, but I try to keep learning. So this was a nice objective to learn a bit more about Emacs. And now, just a second. Now a small demo. This is the interaction, and as you see, I have the snippet there, and I have a couple of snippets. So, for example, if I would like to say I want to define a function, I can go like this. And what you see here is that I have two snippets appearing and then some variables. So I could go for def one, or if I want a key map, for def key map, which would be something like this. And then when I press enter, I get directly into the map, and I could say like new key up, show off map. Then it sets out directly a prefix T, which is something that I asked for in Emacs master. So with prefix T, for those who prefix to true, for those who don't know it, it makes integrating this into into mappings, into key maps in use package much easier. So the next thing would be I would write a description, like, for example, a cool show of key map, and then my keys and my functions, and that would be it. Of course, you also have like, this define function, and of course you can say that's nice, but there's no, but you're not showing the integration with eglot, and you're right. So I'm going just to open up a small program that I'm currently developing in Python, which is a tool to do things in MP3. And here I would have like all these things. As you see here in the bottom, server is running, file is local, eglot is active. So I have my eglot stuff, and if then I go down and I want to add a new argument here, I would go like, I would go like add flag, for example. I would add a flag, and I would get a new flag to add here. Oops. Of course, this is integrated into eglot, so I'm getting here information about what I have, and I could actually, I don't know, I don't have OS, so I would need to import here, but I can go, and if I go up just to see, I can, if I would like to, for example, create a new regular expression. I'm getting this information that you see right now on Corfig. I'm getting that from eglot. So you see there's the integration with eglot 2. In Python, I have eglot. And as you've seen, I also have and all these are snippets. Fine. More reactions and questions? As that would be my show off here. Any questions? Any more questions on the pad? But anyhow, I'm going to try your snippet too, and I'm going to be answering this question more.
Yeah, time is good.
Okay, fine. So I would be done if there's no more reactions.
Yes. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
If you have any other questions, folks, you can always follow up on the pad. That was a great demonstration, and I'm sure lots of people are looking forward to the to trying it out. Oh, I see some questions coming in now. You may go ahead if you like.
Okay, fine. There's someone asking what do special characters in YA snippets work well too? What kind of I don't use special characters in the key name. So in this case, everything works quite nicely. And then I'm passing the control to YA snippets. So if there's any problem in YA snippets with special characters that I don't know, I don't use that as a key. So I'm just using for key names. I normally use I only use letters. But that should work. I mean, let's give it a try. Let's kill here. No, yes. I don't want to touch this. Let's go into this one. Let's say I'm going to define this, for example, like this, and I'm going to create a new snippet. I'm going to create a new snippet and use this is, for example, when you look at this, if you have the new way of the new Emacs semantical highlighting working, this would be quite cramped. This is why I'm using. This is why I set the snippet. So, is this more or less what you're talking about? This is what you're talking about. Snippet. Save the snippet. So I'm going to. Snippet, load and put window, and Lisp interaction mode. Yes, I'm going to save, and I'm going to save that as fd test in the file. No, I'm going to save this. Load and put window. I'm going to put this in Emacs Lisp mode. I want to save it. No. Bleh. Come on, man. Venga. I'm going to write that directly into Emacs Lisp mode. Fine, so console, and then we're going to go back into our scratch buffer, and here I have it, and we have it here, but anyhow, and I'm just going to try to see if I say like empty. Of course, there's only one, so it will not show in Corfu, but I mean, I don't have any problems in the, with that, as you see. Yeah, was that what you were meaning?
Yeah, I guess that works.
Fine, so.
All right, shall we wrap up here so that you can have supper and the folks in other time
Please.
zones can have lunch and other things?
Okay, fine. For me, you were hoping to see the drop down. Just a second. I think we can do that too. 2 seconds. How can we do that with a drop down? Yeah, if I say something like this, and then I go and save it, and I'm going to go and write this into with a second. Fine, and now I need to quit here, sorry, and I'm going to come back in a second with another Emacs that I'm bringing back. And now let's see what we have in your snippets. It's not there. Why not? Just a second. Let's see if I go.
I don't know if it matters that the name was that didn't have the characters in the beginning.
Oh, just a second. I think I know what is happening here. Do I have here the no ls? So I have them. I'm going to clean. I did no.
Oh, you're back in your home directory is why. Just CD dash to get back, yeah.
Yeah. So we have
That's right. So you see how the name also has, it doesn't have the same as the key, so I don't know if that affects what shows up in the menu.
Yeah, but we can try that. So that's a quick one. This is my fine. Now that I have this, which is going to be quicker. We check again. They both seem to be the same now, and I don't know if that affects, but anyhow, let's try it. I go and then I look at the YAR snippets. If it's there, yes, it is.
Yeah, it's there. Yes, so.
And then if I say def, there you are.
Oh, look at that.
That doesn't seem to be affecting.
Fantastic.
And by the way, it is there.
Yeah, I really should spend time getting more templates set up with snippet. I really love the fact that you can evaluate Emacs Lisp in it too.
Yeah, I mean,
stuff.
Just to make it bigger, try that, because if I go into my, for example, into my org mode stuff, and in my org mode, I go to the article, which is one of the big ones. I have things like, for example, I defined a couple of functions here to do, if it's empty, if that is empty, just add a white space. If one is empty, add a white space, add a white space here so that it becomes a comment. I have functions to do more things on that, and I also have like menus to see what language I want to choose for my spell checking and so on. So and that's all. That's, as you see, this is Lisp being evaluated. So yes, do. I really encourage you.
I've also heard people use it, like especially if they're working in different programming languages, so they can just have the syntax for the different languages be condensed into a consistent abbreviation.
Yeah, no, that's and look, this is my article. I have another. This is when I'm writing articles.
Nice,
I have
nice.
another one. I have another one for writing letters in org mode and so on. So it's like letter block, and you have the complete infrastructure, and you don't have to type it by hand. So it's really nice.
I think it might be nice to have a future Emacs Carnival, shared blogging theme thing be around having
Yeah.
people share their snippets.
No, snippets and other things like, for example, this is something stupid. I'm switching my themes. I'm switching my themes.
All right.
And of course, there you see, I have also, this is also with this is my way of switching buffers, which is with the Shift, Control, and Tab. I can switch
yeah.
different families, and then when I'm in a family, I can go and switch with Control Tab between the different tabs. I'm using tab line, by the way, I'm not using the other one. I'm using the old plain tab line
All right.
with my themes. So that's more or less everything.
Thank you for the peek into your workflow.
Okay,
And
fine.
I will
No
work on
problem.
getting the recordings for the live talks sorted out at some point very soon. I might even be able to get them out next week. So thanks
Okay,
again.
fine. Okay, you're welcome. Bye.
All right. Have a nice supper.
Same to you. Bye.